Well, good morning, everybody. We've had a lot of fun this week. We've had Moo Madness, we've had Showtime, we've had showmanship, we showed some percentages, we've had Family Fun Day, we've had a lot of fun. It's been a great show so far, but this is why we're here, folks. At the end of the day, this is a stock show, and we're here to find the best Red Angus here. We're very grateful for all of you being here. It's been a great week, and we're going to have a great show today. If you would, please stand with me. Let's have our national anthem, and then we'll get started. Thank you all. We'll make some judge introductions once we get going, but we're ready to go. Coming in the ring, Class 1, March Calves, Red Angus Own Show. Preston Singry, Hazel, South Dakota. Followed by Avery Plugi, Lincoln, Nebraska. This is Class 1, March Calves, Red Angus Own Show. Our judge today is Chris Effling. Chris is from Highmore, South Dakota, and owns and operates CK Cattle along with his wife Christy and their 3 daughters. Cagney and her husband Hadley Schote of Kansas, Chesney of Manhattan, Kansas, and Kennedy. It's a diversified ranching operation that maintains Simmental, Charolais, and Hereford cows. They host an annual bull and female sale in February and sell heifer calves in a fall online sale. They annually market 150 bulls, 50 registered bred females. Chris assists customers with feeder cattle and bred females throughout the course of the year. CK Cattle has bred and owned national champions in all 3 breeds they show. He's judged shows throughout the country. We're very, very fortunate to have him here today. We appreciate you very much. We look forward to your evaluation of our cattle. Let's welcome Chris Effling.
Good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be here today. And you know, when you get in your first class of the day, you never really know what to expect. And I tell you what, this young lady brought us a scorpion out here to start the day, and very nice. And you don't know what to expect, as I said, but very nice in terms of her body shape and her rib, and her feet are nice, and they're just so well balanced and just very feminine about her look. You just see a lot of future in her as you see her and read her on going on down the road. Very nice female to start out our day. The young man that's going to come in second, very long-bodied female, and you like that about her. I think her bone work is nice. Got a nice foot on her as well. Just doesn't have as much balance and quality about her as that heifer that wins this class, but two nice heifers to start out our day.
Congratulations, Avery Plugi, first place, Class 1 from Lincoln, Nebraska. And in second place, Preston Singry, Hazel, South Dakota. Those will also be your spring calf and reserve spring calf champions. And we're now moving into Class 2 January calves. First in the ring, Riley Osley from Benson, Minnesota. Next in, Lily Osley from Benson, Minnesota. Trice Vandermolen from Pelliot, Iowa. And Ren Phelps Rexroad from Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. This will be your Class 2 January calves. This will also be your champion junior calf and reserve camp champion junior division.
You know, I think two different kinds of heifers on the front end of this class, and they're both very good, and they both bring some differences about them. And for me, the young man's heifer that's going to win this class, I just read her as being nicer in her structure. She's just a little looser about her hip and her hind leg, and when she gets out and goes, I like the freshness of her condition, and she isn't as stout as the female directly behind her, and that's probably where the debate comes in into question here, if you will. But yet, still, for me, she's got enough of her. If you read in behind her, she's got some pin width or levelness of design, and that's where I think she also has the advantage. I think her top line holds a little truer. I think her shoulder lays into her a little nicer as well, but that's a very nice female to win this class. The young lady that comes in second, yeah, give him a round of applause. Young lady that comes in second, she's got some good pieces and parts and good kind, and you know, just her body shape and tremendously stout and heavy boned, and I love the added length of body that she has. Very feminine about her front end, and yet with that, I just want to change her off of both ends in terms of her structure and lay her shoulder into her a little bit nicer and refine a couple of those things and just make her a little tidier. But there's some really cool pieces with that female. That young lady's going to have a nice breeding piece to work with when she gets on down the road. Congratulations to her. The young lady that's going to come in here third, again, another one that you like her in terms of her length of hip and length of body. Very feminine and elegant about her front end, and ladylike there, if you will. We just need to make her a little nicer up in front and through her front end from the knee to ground, and just make her nicer in through and open her up and through her chest floor a little to get a little more competitive with them other two. But yet, I think there's still some good with her and some quality. There's some added growth with her. I like that as well about that female. The young man that's going to round out the class, again, here's one that you like her for some muscularity and some shape. We need to refine her in terms of her front end and just give her a little more femininity. Also with that, we just need to make her better structured. Very good class of females.
First place, Class 2, January calves, Trice Vandermolen, Pella, Iowa. Second place, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Third, Ren Phelps Rexroad, Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. And rounding out the class, Riley Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Those champions will also be your Junior Calf Division champion and Reserve Junior Calf Division champion. Now coming in the ring, Class 3, December calves, Kanan Kelbs, Clarissa, Minnesota, and Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma.
Another nice female as we get into our Decembers. This is a really nice one, and when she first comes out, she dang sure draws your attention. She's opened up in her base, she's long-bodied, and still has some muscularity and some width in both ends, and yet still maintains that with some femininity. Very nice female to win this class. The young man that's going to come in here in second, dark red female, you know, you like her center, you like her shape. She just doesn't have the overall quality and balance as that heifer ahead of her, but yet still very useful and practical in her kind. Nice way to end out this class.
Results from Class 3 December calves. First place, Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. Second place, Canaan Calebs, Clarissa, Minnesota. Now ready for Class 4 November calves, which will be followed by our Winter Calf Division drive. Out of Class 4, we have Lydia Brown, Waxahachie, Texas. Maggie Zexwert, Bloomfield, Indiana.
It's just Maggie. Lydia's a scratch.
Strike that. Lydia's is actually a May. We'll move her over to the May class. In the ring now, Maggie Zexwert, Bloomfield, Indiana.
Attention in the barns. It's a second call, class 6 and 7. We need classes 6 and 7 to the show arena. Classes 6 and 7 to the makeup area in the show arena. Thank you.
The young lady brought us a single entry in this November class. Very nice heifer in terms of just length of body and smoothness in through her shoulder, and I like how she blends in through her forerib and flank. Like her bone work very well. Very nice female. Single entry. We've got a division, and we'll talk about them a little harder when we get in there. Congratulations.
First place, Class 4 November calves, Maggie Zexwert, Bloomfield, Indiana. Now bringing in our class winners from that Winter Calf Division. Out of Class 3, Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. And out of Class 4, Maggie Zexwert, Bloomfield, Indiana. This will be your Winter Calf Division and Reserve Winter Calf Division champions.
as we get into this division, and not an automatic division winners like we've had in some classes previously, and so now we get to do some discussing on a few things here, and we're kind of trying to keep things moving along. It's going to get hot today, and so we're dang sure going to give every young person the due diligence as far as looks, but we also want to be able to keep things moving along as well too. So we're dang sure going to do the best job we can there. But these two right here are very nice females, and that's not to take anything away from that young man that comes second out of that December class. But the two best ones in this division are these two right here in front of us, and I think you folks can tell that. This December female, when she comes out, she does a lot of things you like. She's bold in her rib and very shapely, and that's the thing I like probably as much about her is when you get in behind her and see how much flair she has to her stifle and some width to her, and then yet I really like her structure. That's all very, very nice. And yeah, you could maybe talk about her blending just a little bit better in through her four-rib and just hold her top line just a little bit. She's maybe a freckle extra full today, this morning, and she dang sure ate well, I guess, if you will, for this morning. But she's so much natural shape and width in her, and that's what I like especially about her. And then as she gets off of her hind leg and uses that, that's also very nice with her. The young lady that come in and wins that single entry in the Novembers, we talked about her in terms of her levelness of design and very strong and good about her head. I like her ear set and the strength that she has up and through there. Very good in terms of her bone work. I like that especially well, and her balance underneath. I think that all sets into her very good. She's maybe just a little more upright in through her shoulder and in through her knee. I'd like to tuck that tail head down in her just a little bit, and with that, it restricts her just a little bit in terms of her movement. So I guess with that, I'm not a very good poker face. I don't have a very good poker face. So as you can tell, my favorite one's going to be that December. Your reserve will be this November. Congratulations.
Your winner calf division champion, Helen Orr, Davenport, Iowa, and your reserve division champion, Maggie Zuckschwert, Bloomfield, Indiana. We'll now be moving into our fall calf division. First we have out of Class 5, October calves, Ray Duncan, Wingate, Indiana. Mara Turner, Mahomet, Illinois. And Veronica Lentz from Creston, Iowa. This will be your Class 5 October calves.
Again, another nice class of 3 here, and this trio is very nice. And these front 2 are a little bit differences in kind, and there's certain things you kind of prefer about either one of them. And but yet, at the end of the day, this one kind of wins pretty easily. Yet, when you really start breaking everything down, and especially from her shoulders back, she's very, very nice. Just her depth of forerib and depth of flank. She has an advantage in terms of her bone. I like her foot a little bit better, the levelness in through her top line as she gets out and goes, and I think that's the added advantage of her. And also I like the size of her vulva a little bit better as well, and so that kind of brings her to the top. Yeah, would we like to give her a little more femininity and a little cleaner up in through her chest floor for one this age? Yeah, you know, you can talk about those things, but yet at the end of the day, she does so many big basic things very, very good. I think that's a nice way to start this class. Young lady's got one here that's kind of fighting her a little bit, and yet so she doesn't really give you a great look and doesn't want to present herself at best, and that young lady's doing a great job of just showing the wheels right off of her, and so getting it all out of her. Very smooth female, and the femininity that she has is very nice. She just doesn't maybe get out and reach out of her hip as nice as that heifer that wins this class. I think that's one that we just maybe need to just give her a little more overall balance and quality to get her any higher. The young man that rounds out this class, I like the length of hip and the squareness that she has. Just doesn't maybe have the foot quality and the overall structural integrity as those 2 above her.
Results out of Class 5. First place, Veronica Lentz, Creston, Iowa. Second place, Mara Turner, Mahomet, Illinois. Third place, Ray Duncan, Wingate, Indiana. Now coming in the ring, Class 6 September calves, Preston Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Followed by Brooke Calto, Winona, Minnesota. Following this class, we'll show for the Fall Calf Division Champ and Reserve Fall Calf Division Champion.
As we get these 2 out here, a very obvious class winner, and yet with that, and one that can stand some heat. You know, when you talk about flexibility and foot size and structure and length and just freshness of condition, you really like her, and her depth of rib is very nice. And then yet, when you get in behind her, she's got some pin width to her. The freshness is just the added bonus with her. Very cowy, very maternal in her look. I think that's a very nice female to win this class. The young lady that's going to come in second, the dark red heifer, again, you like her levelness of her pins, and she has some muscularity. We just need to tie her together, just the way she ties in through her shoulder into her neck, and blend her shoulder a little bit better, change them feet a little bit as we get in and analyze that, but still very useful and very practical about her kind.
Results from Class 6, September calves, first place, Preston Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Second place, Brooke Calto, Winona, Minnesota. We'll now bring back our Class 5 and Class 6 winners to show for Fall Calf Division Champion and Reserve Calf Division.
Attention in the barns. We need Class 8, Legacy Murphy, and Kalani Martina to bring
In the ring out of Class 5, Veronica Lentz from Creston, Iowa, and from Class 6, Preston Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Also out of Class 5, your reserve class winner, Mara Turner, Mahoma, Illinois, and out of Class 6, your reserve class winner, Brooke Calto.
Well, a good division again, and it just keeps getting better as we go through the day. And all four of these young people have brought us some nice cattle, and then you know, nothing to take away from again those the respective seconds. But the heat lies within our two class winners, and I think you folks can obviously see that. And they're both very good, and they've got some minute differences, and one has the strength over the other one in some areas, and so you can kind of look at some of those things, but yet both are very, very good. You know, as we talked about this heifer that come out of that first class in this division, you know, the way that she blends from her shoulder back in terms of in through her forerib and her body shape. Really like her hip, how that sets into her and her tail head. I think that's very, very nice. You know, where we get into criticizing her is that, you know, in through her chest floor, just maybe isn't as feminine as that one directly behind her. And I guess maybe the other thing that maybe that we can get to picking on her some is just the way she handles her hind leg, and when she gets going away from you, she doesn't maybe handle that hock with as much squareness as the female directly behind her, and it also kind of blends into her front end just a little bit. And we're nitpicking on a very nice female. This is very cowy, very maternal as well, and you like that about her. Very good female, great hair coat. The young lady's done a nice job of getting her prepared here today, and she brought us a nice one. The young man here that wins that second class, you know, there's some interesting pieces about this female, and I'm going to be honest with you. The most interesting thing to me is with that added length of body that, you know, when you really get her going, she'll overstep. And that's not a criticism, it's just a description. And it's, so that just kind of gives us a read of overall flexibility. And then yet, you know, when you analyze her, she's just so long-bodied. And I think that's just a very unique thing about that female, and then just very, very feminine. And yeah, I'd like to tuck her in just at the top of her shoulder, just a little bit nicer right up there, and just blend that a little bit better. better. But her added freshness and the way that she handles her structure and still has some pin width and some dimension about her, I think is very good. But her biggest advantage is just her structure and the way that she gets out and goes. So that young man will be our champion in this division. Congratulations to him. This young lady with this dark red heifer will be your reserve. Congratulations. Two very nice ones in this division.
Your fall calf division champion will be Preston Hartman from Tecumseh, Nebraska. And exhibiting your reserve fall calf division champion will be Veronica Lentz from Creston, Iowa. Now coming in the ring, Class 7, July yearlings, will also be our late summer yearling division champion and reserve champion. First in, from Benson, Minnesota, Lily Osley. And next in the ring, Mara Turner, Mahommed, Illinois. This is Class 7, July yearlings.
Interesting pair of females as we get them out here, and you know, at the end of the day, I'm not going to tell you that either one of them moved just the way that you'd call textbook ways, but you know, so we kind of throw that out at the end here, and they're both obviously not cripples. I'm not saying that, but we're just maybe not quite as nice. So we start doing some other things and analyze them, and for me, this young lady's heifer is just a little bit more feminine and just has a little bit more of a presence of balance and quality about her, and yet with that she has some width about her and some bone and some foot to her, and yet still has some body shape. And I guess for me the biggest thing is just her freshness of condition at this stage of her life. She's cleaner underneath in terms of her underline. I like that very well about that female. The young lady that comes in here second, you can create the argument that she is deeper in her forerib and deeper in her flank, and I'm dang sure going to give you that, and I see that. So, you know, so with that, though, you know, we need to do some things with her as far as the angulation to her shoulder, clean her up and through her chest, and in her navel. But the biggest thing is I'd like to freshen that one up as well, too. So two different kinds. If you want to swap them, that's plumb fine to suit your kind, but that's the way I see them.
Results out of Class 7, July yearlings. First place, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. And in second place, Mara Turner, Wahoma, Illinois. Lily will also be your late summer yearling division champion. Mara, your reserve late summer yearling champion. Next in the ring, Class 8, June yearlings. First in the ring, William Knack, Correctionville, Iowa. Next in, Legacy Murphy, Paola, Kansas. Next we have Ren Phelps Rexroth, Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. And rounding out the class, Kalani Altina, George, Iowa. This is Class 8, June yearlings.
challenging pair on the top part of this class, and there's definitely some differences amongst the two of them, and I wanted to walk them one last time to just be a little more comfortable about what we did here, and then as we did that, then I became a lot more comfortable. Just for me, the foot size and the foot quality of this female that's going to win this class is substantially better, and then as she moves out of her shoulder and through her hip, that's all quite a little nicer in my opinion. She's a little more feminine, a little more fresh, and yet with that she doesn't have maybe the added width that this female directly behind her, and that's where the challenge for me. I really like that levelness of design when this young lady gets her stopped, and I like her depth, and yet she isn't as clean and through her chest floor, and maybe has just a little bit of navel with her, but I want to change her feet. She's just a little smaller footed that way, but yet once we get her going, she doesn't want to move quite as nice as that heifer that wins this class. And yet, you know, as we stated, this the heifer that wins the class, she needs to be a little squarer in through her pins, but yet I think everything just blends and flows. She's very fresh and very good in her kind. I think that's a nice way to start this class. And we'd already talked about the second place female, her added depth and quality as far as all of her squareness of design. That's all very nice as well. And the young lady that comes in here third, this is a pair of heifers that are very similar in kind in terms of just their smoothness and femininity. Just for me, I like the young lady's female here in third, just in terms of her looseness of structure and the angulation of her shoulder and her knee, and particularly off of her rear too. I think that's a little nicer in my opinion. The young man that's going to round out our class, he's doing a heck of a job, trying hard, working hard. You really are glad to see that. That's a nice heifer in terms of her overall shape. I like her body shape and her kind. I just need to change her off of both ends in terms of her angulation to everything there to move her up any higher.
First place, Class 8, June Yearlings, Kalani Altina, George, Iowa. Second place, Ren Phelps Rexroad, Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Third place, Legacy Murphy, Paola, Kansas. And fourth place, William Knack, Correctionville, Iowa. Now coming in the ring, Class 9 May Yearlings. First in, Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Hayden Stubbs, Wallace, Kansas. Peyton Jacobs, Stewartville, Minnesota. Lydia Brown, Waxahachie, Texas. Grady Vance, Scott City, Kansas. And Frederick Rentschler, Dawson, Illinois. This is your Class 9 May Yearlings. Following this class, we'll show for your early summer division yearling champion and reserve early summer division champion. This will be your Class 9.
Well, this is a very challenging class, and I know, and trust me, I get it. I've been on the outside looking, and as well for a lot of years, and kind of trying to, and kind of want to, I wonder what's going through that guy's head, and I'll be honest with you, this one's very challenging, and so I guess at the end of the day, I still always kind of tell myself, where am I going to weigh my priorities, and do that in every day. And so at the end of the day, I'm like, which one of these do I want to take home and see the most future and longevity and the most earning power when we turn these things out, make cows out of them. And then I just kept coming back to this female right here. And the biggest advantage, and I mean an advantage by a long ways, is her added flexibility in the way that she goes out of her shoulder, and particularly in through her hip, and the way she flexes it. She is the best-footed one in this class by a fair margin, okay? So that's where it, and what's interesting about her is that to have that kind of flexibility and then still have that kind of power and mass, that's a very a rare combination. Now you're going to kind of go, well, she's not as pretty, and yet we'd sure like to tuck that shoulder into her and just give her a little more femininity. But yet with all of that, everything balances right. She wedges the right way. She's stout from behind, and then still wedges right up and through her front end the way that you want them to. And so that's why she wins this class pretty easily when you really weigh those fundamentals down with her. I like the added freshness with her as well, but just so much power and mass, and then couple that with the added flexibility, that's what makes her win this class. The young lady, this is one that I like some things about her. I like her length of body, and you like her femininity. To me, she's the next soundest one and the next best moving one, okay? Now, with that also being said, she's just a little frailer about her kind, and for me, that's where we run into some problems. Not the overall shape in her, in terms of body dimension and rib shape in that heifer, is that one that wins this class, but yet, when the young lady gets her stuck, yeah, she'll give you a little nicer look from the side, but yet we also have to remember cattle have to be three-dimensional, and so we look at them from all angles. So she's just a little disappointing when we get in front of her and when we get behind her, but very feminine, very nice female. I think that just added soundness right there just gets her to be second in this class. And I brought this female out right here in first, and it was just a preliminary pull, and she does very well in terms of her shape, her femininity, her length and levelness of design. But when we got them moving, that's where she runs into some trouble. She just gets a little harsher about her hip, the way she wants to get out of her front end. Just doesn't handle her hind leg with as much squareness and authority as those two right above her. But yet, when that young lady gets her stopped and parked right there, you really like on her. And yet, she too is one that I'd like to pull her apart when you get in behind her and then directly in front of her and just give her more strength and width. But when she gets her stopped, that one is very, very nice. We just need to get her moving better and give her more genuine width and dimension. The young lady that comes out here, she's worked very hard, got a beautiful hair coat on her, has a nice female. I like some things about her in terms of her length of body, her smoothness of design, her femininity is all very nice. She too, though, maybe gets on the freckle side of just a little more terminal-ish if you look, just not the overall depth of rib and forerib and flank in her, but her biggest problem, in my opinion, is just her angulations from her knee and in through her hip. When she wants to get walking her, just gets to want to waddle out of her rear end. I think leaning her up a little bit would maybe be to your advantage as well as you move in through the summer. Lean her up just a little bit, give her a little more fiber, and maybe that structure and that looseness will come to her later on. But very nice. That young lady's done a nice job of getting her ready, very well presented. Good job there. Young man that comes in here, here's one that you really like for her cowiness. Tremendous that way. I like her length of hip and her length of design. Not a lot of hair, so what you see is what you get, and I'm good with that. She's just, everything about her in that regard is very nice. She doesn't move as nice as some of those other ones, and as you see her move out of her front end and off of her rear too, we get into some troubles there. Maybe just getting a little crestier about her neck, and then isn't as nice in through her chest floor as well. She needs to be leaned up a little bit, in my opinion, but very fundamentally very good, going to make a nice cow for that young man. As we round out the class here with this dark red heifer here again, this is not a bad heifer. She's got a lot of usefulness and a lot of practicality. I like a lot of things about her. Her balance is maybe could be just a little bit better. More so her angulations, again, to her shoulder and into her hip. I'd like to lean her up some as well, but she doesn't handle her hind leg as far as her squareness. I need to fix them feet on that one to move her any higher.
Results out of Class 9, May Yearlings. First place, Hayden Stubbs, Wallace, Kansas. Second place, Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Third place, Lydia Brown, Waxahachie, Texas. Fourth place, Peyton Jacobs, Stewartville, Minnesota. Fifth place, Grady Vance, Scott City, Texas. Sixth place, Frederick Rentschler, Dawson, Illinois. We will now show for our early summer yearling division champion and reserve division champion. Returning out of Class 8, Kalani Altina, George, Iowa. And the reserve in that class was Ren Phelps Rexroad, Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Out of Class 9, we have Hayden Stubbs from Wallace, Kansas. And our reserve from that class was Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Now showing for early summer division yearling champion and reserve early summer division champion.
Well, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as we get into another competitive division. It was dang sure, you know, the first class had some challenges, and then we get into the next class, and we dang sure had some challenges, but I'm very pleased with our four that we have out here. I think all have some unique qualities about them and some nice qualities about them, and then just depending on how these young people want to take them home and breed them and make and try to get them home and make some money on these, and that's what, at the end of the day, that's what they're for. They're just not a show animal. We got to take them home and do some things, and so they'll be fun cattle. And as you can see, our two class winners are kind of like Mutt and Jeff. You know, they're just not. They aren't. There isn't anything alike about it, either one of these, in terms of when you look at them, other than the fact they're red. And so, you know, but we're just kind of trying to find the best ones that we can all day, and that's what we're going to do. But yet, when we call them Mutt and Jeff, we like the qualities that each of them bring. They both have differences and can do some different things for these young people in their breeding programs as they move on down the line. And so it's just a matter of preferences, you know. And as we talked about this female that wins this first class, you know, we like her. And in my opinion, you know, that there's three of them in contention in here. And so you can kind of do some different things. But this young lady that won this first class, you know, as we talked about her in that class, you know, we like the smoothness and the femininity, the shape. And she's blends so nice in terms of forerib and in through her shoulder. She doesn't have as much strength in through her hip, and maybe just doesn't handle her top line quite as nicely as maybe a couple of those other ones that are out here. But yet, with that, I just like her freshness and just her overall kind and quality is very, very nice. The young lady that wins that second class, here's the difference. The bone and power and foot and so good structurally, and that's for me. She has the distinct advantage in the lineup of all of them in terms of the way that she gets out and goes, and just really gets out, flexes everything, and as we talked about her cool qualities, her neat, unique qualities, is having that kind of mass and then still being able to be flexible and fluid about her movement and reach her step and hit her track, and then yet with that you like the added bone, and yet yeah, she is not as smooth and as elegant as some of the other ones, but I think everything blends, and when you kind of carry that kind of power and mass, you're not going to just be super tight in through the point of your shoulder. I don't think it's a big issue with her, but I just like so many things about that heifer to win in this division. The young lady that comes in second, that one there is another one that we're talking about in contention. You like her added length of stride and the way that she moves and gets out and goes. And the debate comes with her is there enough heifer there? She's a little flat under the design. She hasn't filled up as nice for the young lady, and I realize that gets to be a challenge, and we've done it all. We've all been there and done that, and so that's where the things. I'd like to change her angulation to her shoulder some. But yet very nice female. I think there's some bright days ahead of her as she gets on down the line. For me, I'm going to use the young lady out of that second class to be your champion in this division, and I'm going to use the young lady that wins that first class to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Results in your early summer yearling division drive. First place, your early summer division champion, goes to Hayden Stubbs, and your reserve early summer division champion, Kalani Altimna from George, Iowa. Now moving into our April spring yearlings. Class 10A, first in the ring, Preston Singry, Hazel, South Dakota. Next in, Sasha Barnett, Monroe, Iowa. Followed by Caleb Nelson, Benson, Minnesota. Aubrey Pierce, Tomball, Texas. And rounding out, Class 10A, Kirby Sweeter, Freeman, South Dakota. These are April spring yearling calves born 4/12 through 4/29.
as we get into our first class of Aprils here. Very logical female for me to use and win this class. And when you talk about something that blends so nice in terms of just in through her forerib and chest floor, that's all very, very good. I like her head. She's very strong about that, very maternal in her look. I'd like to just give her a little more comfort off of her rear too, just a little bit, but I think that's still a very nice female to win this class. The young lady that comes in here second, she does have a little more comfort when she gets out. I really like her feet. I think that's very, very good with her as well. For me, where the discussion becomes with her is that does she blend good enough in through her forerib and in through her chest and even in through her top line. She's just a freckle full, and maybe showing her a shot more empty might be a little bit more advantageous to you, but just doesn't hold all those things together and through her from her midrib forward. But I think that's still a very nice female. Wide pinned, very nice, very feminine female there to come in second. The young man that's going to come in third, here's a female. I like her added length of body. I think that's very good. Very feminine about her kind. For me, she's fighting him some, and so it's a little hard to read her structure, but yet, as we've got her now kind of settled in, she doesn't handle her hind leg just as nice. Maybe hocks in there just a little bit, and her front end doesn't want to let herself go, and she don't want to reach quite as nice out of there. The young lady that's going to come in here next, here again, the little smoother kind of female, and you like her levelness of her design. I like her femininity and her freshness of condition. She's done a tremendous job of feeding her. Our problem lies with her is just our angulation through our shoulder and through our knee, and then when we get her going, she doesn't maybe move off of either end quite as nice. She does have the advantage of the young man coming out here and round out the class. He's got a nice dark red heifer. Interesting pieces about that female. I like her levelness in through her hip and in through her top line. She too needs to move a little better. I'd like to change her feet as well to get her up any higher in this class.
Results, Class 10A April Spring Yearlings. First place, Kirby Sweeter, Freeman, South Dakota. Second, Aubrey Pierce, Tomball, Texas. Third, Preston Stingray, Hazel, South Dakota. Fourth place, Sasha Barnett, Monroe, Iowa. And fifth place, Caleb Nelson, Benson, Minnesota. Now coming in the ring, Class 10B. These will be April Spring Yearlings, born 4-1 to 4-8. First in the ring, Clint Harrington, Nowata, Oklahoma. Olivia Eulenkamp, Green Island, Minnesota. Ren Phelps Rexroth, Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Anna Mead, Bladen, Nebraska. And Jace Pearson, Pella, Iowa. This will be your Class 10B April Spring Yearlings, born 4-1 through 4-8.
nice pair of heifers to start out this class, and both of them are very maternal in their look. You know, my hang up and a little bit of a pet peeve of mine is, you know, just being square and true up front from your knee on down, and so that's where my issues were with this young man's female. But yet, still, with that being said, you know, as we get them out here and get them going and kind of just start kind of weighing them in, and you know, it's kind of one of those things that I'm just had to accept it with her because she does a lot of the other things so much better, and so that's where we came in there. You know, to me, she's longer bodied, she's fresher about her condition, and you know, the way off was that, you know, this one that comes in second here, you know, she doesn't move perfect off of either end as well. She wants to just kind of waddle around and not just let herself really go, but yet that's still a good female. And I guess, you know, some cosmetic things or some things that you want to talk about. You know, I like the teat placement and the teat size of this heifer that's going to win this class a little bit better than that female in second. One thing about her, she does get a little tighter in through her vulva, maybe not the overall size there. That's what we'd call ideal, but I think it's acceptable. But I just like the angulation and the looseness off of her rear too, and yet still has so much length of body and femininity. I think that's just the other thing that sets her apart versus the female in second, is just a little nicer about her head. I like the strength there and the quality of her head a little nicer as well. Because again, this young lady that comes in here in second, just so good in through her forerib and very robust in terms of her shape. She has some muscularity and some width all the way through. She's opened up in through her chest floor and then still maintains that width and shape when you get in behind her. She's fighting her, and that's a bit of a problem. But yet with that, she just doesn't want to let herself go. She wants to just get out of herself some off of her rear too, and that creates a bit of an issue for me. Young lady that's going to come in here in third. Here's a nice practical kind of female. I like her smoothness of shoulder. I think that's very nice. She's not quite as square and as level. I'd like to change her foot, give her a little more heel, if you will, to kind of get her up any higher. But yet, a lot of practicality, a lot of quality there, just not the overall just balance of that female is what we have, and so those two ahead of her. The young man that comes in here in fourth, you like the added scale and balance and freshness of condition, and there's some nice things about her. For me, she's just a little piecier in her kind, and yet tapers down some when you get behind her. Maybe doesn't wedge quite as nicely. Not the overall femininity and strength in behind as those cattle above her. As we round out the class here, here's a female that's very smooth in her kind and very nice in terms of her femininity. We just want to see more of her, just a little frail and a little bit more refined about her kind.
First place, Class 10B, April Spring Heifers born 4-1 to 4-8. Clint Harrington, Nowata, Oklahoma. Second place, Anna Mead, Bladen, Nebraska. Third place, Ren Phelps Rexroth, Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Fourth place, Jace Peterson, Pella, Iowa. Fifth place, Olivia Ulkamp, Green Island, Minnesota. Now coming in the ring, Class 11A, March Spring Yearlings, born 317 to 325. First in, Grace Arneson, Sioux Rapids, Iowa. Heath Sandberg, Augusta, Wisconsin. From Adele, Iowa, Laura Resty. Anna Gordon, Worthington, Minnesota. Followed by Maya Vance, Scott City, Kansas. And rounding out the class, Caden Singry, Hazel, South Dakota. This is Class 11, March Spring Yearlings, calves born 317 to 325.
nice class of heifers, and I think they're all very useful and practical in their kind, and all the young people are doing a nice job of getting them shown, so that's just makes it all that much more fun for me, and then getting in here and analyzing the cattle. And you know, it's there's differences obviously, and with these front two, and they're obviously different kinds. You know, and there's things that I prefer about both of them over the other. But as we got them out and got them going, you know, the soundest, best moving one by a fair margin is this one that wins this class, and still maintains some quality. And I like her added freshness and then just her overall length. I think there's a lot of future in her moving on down the road. Where my hang up with her was just right in through her behind, in through her shoulder, and right in through there. They've done a nice job of getting her presented to kind of get that out of her, but yet as you get in behind her, she's just a little peaked right in through there, and I'd just like to open that up. But yet as time goes on, you know, with her leanness and freshness of condition, you know, that's something that can continually get better, because she doesn't have the condition on her as the young lady's heifer in second, you know, and then I like the strength of the hind leg of this heifer in second, maybe better than the one that wins this class as well. But with that also being said, she doesn't want to just handle herself, especially up and through her front end, and just a little more upright in her shoulder, and doesn't want to let all that go. Tremendous top line, and she's very true about her top line when you read her and her hip and her width and her dimension. She's just got a little more condition. I think that one needs to be leaned up some as well, but extremely wide and three-dimensional. But with that, she needs to move better to get up any higher. The young lady's female is very similar in her kind to the one that was in second. I like the balance of her kind. Not a lot of hair on that heifer as well. Tremendous body depth and shape to her rib and up high, and when you get in behind her, she's very nice that way. Doesn't move as nice as those two above her. Maybe doesn't hook in through her shoulder and where her right in through there, and her chine as good as those other ones up above her, but still a very nice female, very cowy. I think that one's very nice. Young man's female that here comes in fourth. I like the added freshness of that heifer. She's very good that way, very feminine about her kind. Her levelness of hip is also very good, and the depth and spring to her rib cage is good. I just need to change her off of her rear too. Just doesn't maybe handle that with as much comfort, and even in through her front end. As we get her going, she doesn't want to reach out of her shoulder and her knee as nice as those other ones. The young man here's a good female too. Very smooth about her kind, and I like that particularly well about her. I need to clean her navel up. I'd like to set her tail head down in her just to make everything balance a little bit better. Very refined about her teats. Maybe not as much lower shape in her in terms of her quarter as some of those cattle above her, but very nice female. And again, I hate to reiterate it again, but you know, doesn't move as nicely as those other ones above her. As we round out the class, very long-bodied, the pounds heavy female of the class in terms of just size and scale, and very feminine. I like that very well about her. I like the refinement of her teats. The freshness of her condition is also very good. When we get her in motion, we just kind of run into some problems with her. Just doesn't want to get out of either end as good as we'd like them to.
Results, Class 11A, March Spring yearling heifers, born 317 to 325. First place, Anna Gordon, Worthington, Minnesota. Second place, Maya Vance, Scott City, Kansas. Third place, Laura Resty, Adele, Iowa. Fourth place, Caden Singry, Hazel, South Dakota. Fifth place, Heath Sandberg, Augusta, Wisconsin. And sixth place, Grace Aronson, Sioux Rapids, Iowa. Now coming in the ring, Class 11B, March Spring yearling heifers, born 310 to 314. First in the ring, we have Macy Weems, Eustis, Texas. Next we have Landon Parkhill, Lacine, Kansas. Followed by Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. Jensen Van Dyke, Wallace, Kansas. McKaylee McCartan, Pocahontas, Iowa. And Legacy Murphy, Paola, Kansas. This will be Class 11B, March Spring yearlings, born 310 to 314. This class will be followed by another March class, after which we will show for Intermediate Division Champion and Reserve Intermediate Division Champion.
Good class of heifers, and these front three are very nice, and there's some things about each and every one of them that are advantageous over the others, but very comfortable with where we started here, you know, and for me, this one just quite easily has just got as much foot on her as maybe some of them that we've seen today, and I really like that about her. Her just so big and square and good about her foot, and then you know, and still has some muscularity and some shape about her, and reach is nice. You know, I would like to freshen her up. That's the place where I want to get on her. She's plenty jiggly underneath and pretty ready for this time of year, and that's fine. But, you know, just there is a great God's plenty on her. But yet, with that, though, the young lady that's still a very nice animal. She's just, for that kind of power and width and dimension, she still blends and is smooth about the way that she's made and very cowy about her kind. But them feet on her are very, very good. You know, and I kind of waded in a little bit on this young lady here in a second. Is, you know, the freshness of her is what I really like about her, and yet her kind is very good, and so many things about her are very nice. Just, you know, her structure is awesome. You know, she gets out and reaches and she goes. She's very maternal in her look. My question that I kept asking myself, is there enough heifer there? And it's not because she's not as fat. That's not the question. It's just when you get in on a front 1/3 view of her, 2/3, and look back at her, she just tapers in, maybe doesn't have that just true shape and dimension naturally as that class winner. But that's a very nice female. I prefer those kind and that kind of condition, but yet I think that's one we just need to make more of her. Young lady's female that comes in here in third, you know, when you get her parked, she's doing a nice job as far as getting her showed. She's wanting to push her around, but with that, she's handling it very well. Very long and level and true. I like her shape and dimension. That's all very good about her. We need to put more angulation into her shoulder and then free her hip up a little bit more. And so with that, she gets up in her top line and doesn't want to handle herself quite as collectedly as some of those other ones, but so much strength and so much good in that heifer. The young man that's going to come in here next, very fresh. I like that about her as well. She's just the kind that you know, so good in terms of her maternal look and maternal capabilities. We just want to give her some strength in behind her shoulder and blend her forerib. Maybe not as much femininity in her as maybe those other cattle that maybe throws her balance off for me. The young lady that comes in here next, you know, when this young lady gets her parked, she is square and true and level about her design. You like that? Her balance underneath is very good. We run into some issues with her when she moves, and you can kind of see it in her, the way that her neck ties to the top part of her shoulder isn't quite right, and so then when she gets her going, she doesn't want to move as nice out of her front end. She's just a little too perpendicular off of both ends for me. The young man that rounds out this class did a nice job, very smooth and fresh about her condition, and that's fine. She's just one that doesn't have the added depth and overall power as those cattle above her.
Results, Class 11B, March Spring Yearlings. First place, Macy Weems, Eustis, Texas. Second place, Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. Third place, Michaela McCartan, Pocahontas, Iowa. Fourth place, Jensen Van Dyke, Wallace, Kansas. Fifth place, Legacy Murphy, Paola, Kansas. And sixth place, Landon Parkhill, Lacine, Kansas. Now bringing in our last class of March junior yearlings, or spring yearlings. Born 3-1 to 3-7, first in the ring, Lane Feilhaber, Brownsdale, Minnesota. Next in, Frederick Rentschler, Dawson, Illinois. Followed by Allie Lentz, Creston, Iowa. Julia Hopkins, Tribune, Kansas. And rounding out the class, Aubrey Searles, Coshocton, Ohio. This will be Class 11C, March Spring Yearlings, born 3-1 to 3-7. Following this class, we'll bring in all of our class winners from this division to show for Senior Intermediate Champion and Reserve Senior Intermediate Champion.
Real easy class winner, in my opinion, to win this class. One that just reeks with a lot of quality about her. Very striking in terms of her look and her design. You sure like the flexibility off of her rear two. Very nice female to win this class. The young man that comes in here second, again, he was a little closer in second and third, and I wanted to kind of get a look at these two a little better. And I just think that she has a little more balance and kind than the heifer in third. She's a little longer spined, if you will, and a little nicer into her hip. In order to get her more competitive, we need to change her off of her rear two. She's already kind of rolling a little bit on her outside. Change her up and through her chest floor some, but that's still very practical and very good kind of cattle right there. The young lady that's going to come in here third, very deep, very cowy about her kind, a little more moderate in her kind. Again, not a criticism, just a description. And but yet she's for me. I just need to make her a little longer body to make her a little more of her too, and give her, and more importantly, just change her up in through her shoulder and give her some looseness up in through there to get her any higher. The young man that comes out here in fourth, again, I just thought that she had a little more strength and width in her than the female that's going to round out the class. With that being said, we need to add a little more femininity, lean her up in her condition to get her any higher, but very practical in her kind. The young lady that brings us the final female, very useful. I like her freshness of condition. I think that's very good as well. I think this one, though, that we just need more strength when we get in behind her, level her out in through her pins, and just give her a little more width and dimension to get her any higher.
Results, Class 11C, March Spring Yearlings. Born 3-1 to 3-7, first place, Allie Lentz, Creston, Iowa. Second place, entry 292, shown by Lane Fallhaber, Brownsdale, Minnesota. Third, Aubrey Searles, Coshocton, Ohio. Fourth place, Frederick Rensselaer, Dawson, Illinois. Fifth place, Julia Hopkins, Tribune, Kansas. Now coming in the ring, our class winners. First in, from Class 10A, Kirby Sweeter, Freeman, South Dakota. Out of Class 10B, Clint Harrington, Nowata, Oklahoma. Class 11A, Anna Gordon, Worthington, Minnesota. And out of Class 11B, Macy Weems, Eustis, Texas. Out of Class 11C, Allie Lentz, Creston, Iowa. Those are your class winners from the Senior Intermediate Yearling Division. Your reserves in this division are out of Class 10A, Aubrey Pierce, Tomball, Texas. Class 10B, Anna Mead, Bladen, Nebraska. Class 11A, Maya Vance, Scott City, Kansas. Out of Class 11B, Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. And out of Class 11C, Lane Fallhaber, Brownsdale, Minnesota. This is your Senior Intermediate Division Champion Drive.
Well, I know things are heating up outside, and it's dang sure starting to heat up in here. And just as you'd expect, as we start getting into these, Aprils and Marches, and as we keep the show going, you knew that there'd be some quality and some heat coming, and it dang sure they have. I've asked a lot of these kids. I said, "Is it getting hot outside?" And you can just kind of tell they got sweat going off their forehead, and they're all working really hard. And no, this is. It's a culmination of a lot of things, working hard and what you've been doing here for the last few months, and so we need to pay attention to what we're doing, because you kids and you breeders deserve the time to get these evaluated correctly, and so that so it's been a lot of fun in this division, and I think we've got 5 class winners that I'm very pleased with. There's obviously some kinds and differences out of it, and you see that in every breed, and it's kind of the same old cliche, if you will, but I think they're all very useful and practical in their kind, and I'm just going to I think they deserve, and you as spectators as well, deserve to know what's going through my head at this moment. This female that come out of this first class, very nice. She's very good in terms of her freshness of condition, and I like the added shape to her body, and then yet has some width and dimension. I like the added scale and growth that she has. I think that's very good. And I'm not going to be a size police, but yet, I also know that we're in an industry where we need to have some cattle, and it suits whatever suits your environment, but yet, for me, I like that part about her. As we analyze her, I'd like to change her up and through her structure a little bit, up and through her knee on down, change that foot a little bit. She isn't as relaxed off of her hind leg, as we get her out here, but yet, in that class, she won pretty easily, in my opinion, and the young lady that had that second one, there's a very nice female as well. I think she's doing a heck of a nice job. And then we get into this second class winner. Here's a female that, as stated in that class, a little bit of a pet peeve of mine is making sure they're right and true up front. And that's where I was struggling with her, but everything else about her is very nice. Strong and level about her top line, and smooth about her kind, and I like her head as far as a cow, and I think that's very nice. Very good about her teat size and teat placing. I would like to make that vulva a little bit bigger on her as well, and change her up from knee to ground, but yet a lot of good in that female. Tremendous top line in her as far as some width and dimension, and if that size is right for you, and that doesn't bother me right there. I think from a cow standpoint, that's a very nice female. The second place female was also, again, very nice, just maybe not quite as loose and as loosely built as our class winner. The young lady that wins that third class, as we talked about her, she was very loose about the way that she gets out in motors, and her freshness of condition is very, very nice. I like that as well about her. We talked about her that we want to just blend her a little bit better in behind her shoulder. She's just a little bit piecey, but yet with that she has nice pieces, and the young lady does a great job of showing her, and does all that she can to get that out of her. Very cowy and very maternal. I think there's some neat things about her. Very stout female that come in second there in that class. She's one that, as we said before, she needs to move a little bit better out of her front end, but very good female, very maternal. Some neat things about her. The young lady that wins this here fourth class, as we stated, they're extremely good-footed. I can't stress that enough about her. Just so much good there, and her flexibility is good, and length of body and depth of side, and just some some width and dimension, and true width and dimension, and there's not a perfect one, and this one maybe is a little more management, but for me she needs to be fresher at this time, but yet it's not over the edge. Okay. You've got her at 12 o'clock, and so, but I'm not the guy I'm not the type of person that you necessarily need to be 12 o'clock today, because there's still a lot of summer and a lot of fall and a lot of things, but you've got her spot on, but probably with that being said, I can't reiterate enough how good the feet are on her and just the overall dimension and cowiness that heifer has. The young lady that comes here in this last class, again, on maybe another very, very good footed one, and then maybe her feet are very similar to the female in front of her. Tremendous amount of quality about this heifer in terms of just her kind and feminine, and I like her freshness of design, and I think that's all very good about her. For me, I'm wondering just how much just true heifer there is there. There's a lot of hair underneath that underline, and she's very fresh, and I like that. But still, with that being said, I don't know how much just true heifer we've got there, maybe as some other ones. And then when she gets out and wants to bring her top line up a little bit out of her. But still, with that being said, her angulation to her hind leg, her shoulder is all very, very good. I think that's, but again, one that you just love her foot so good, and I think that's a very good female. And so I'm going to find you easily, in my opinion, the one that's going to win this division. And then we got a second place one out of that class that's going to come in for contention. Congratulations to this young lady right here. She'll be your champion.
Senior Intermediate Division Champion, Macy Weems. Macy is from Eustis, Texas. Congratulations, Macy. Now showing for reserve, Senior Intermediate Division Champion.
As we bring in the second behind that class, our division champion, we talked about her freshness of condition and her kind. She's very good that way. And, so the question to me is we talked about her. She just tapers in a little bit when we get in behind her, and especially in her lower quarter, doesn't balance her chest floor up as nicely as some of the other ones. But she's still in contention. All right, there's three of them, in my opinion, that are in contention. This young lady back here, this young lady directly in front of me, and that class winner out of that first class. I think those three are all in contention. But for me, the one I think from a longevity standpoint, and reading her is trying to make a yearling out of her on down the line. This young lady right here with this dark charcoal kind of colored heifer, she'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
And your reserve, Senior Intermediate Division Champion, Allie Lentz, Creston, Iowa. Great division. Tough division right there. Moving on to our February junior yearlings. First in the ring, Colin Zuckschwert, Bloomfield, Indiana. Colin will be followed by Brock Barnett, Monroe, Iowa. Followed by Ray Duncan, Wingate, Indiana. Fourth in the ring will be Landon Liebhart, Maryville, Missouri. Followed by Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Then we have Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. Laura Aristi, Adele, Iowa. Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa, and Bennett Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota. This is Class 12A, February junior yearlings. Born 216 to 228.
Well, let's give this group of young people a round of applause. Outstanding class. Yeah, without a doubt, the deepest class we've seen thus far in the show, and I told this young man in third, I go, golly sakes, you did a good job of picking a tough class, because that heifer, maybe in some other classes previously, would have been a class winner, in my opinion. So, and not to take anything away from those class winners, we all understand this is part of the game. It's a matter of how you draw and what classes you draw, and so this is a very good class right on down the line. And as we got to pulling them, and in a big class, and in a smaller ring such as this, it is a little harder, especially when it's a little narrower. But I do like the length so that we get some chances to get these cattle going and get them rolling along. These two heifers right in the front part of this class are both very nice, and some minute differences again with them both. And I like the freshness of their kind and in the way they come to me today, and I think they're just everything's very good about them. The young lady that's going to win this class, just in my opinion, she's just better right in through her shoulder, right in behind her shoulder, and how she holds her top line together a little bit nicer, and especially in through her hip. I think that's a little bit nicer. And I think then for me, she flexes her hind leg just a little bit better than that female right behind her, as far as just how she lets that one go. But that's a very nice female. She's not as heavy boned and maybe quite as stout structured and featured as this female directly behind her, but yet I think it's all plenty good. She's opened up on both ends. I think all that's very, very good about that female to win this class. Young lady, you brought another nice one to me, and I appreciate that. You do an outstanding job of showing, and I like the way that you've got your cattle presented. This is a really nice one as well, and as I told the young man that was third, he would have been a class winner in maybe some other classes, and obviously then this one would have been too. So I like the freshness of her kind, and just so good in terms of her dimension and length of body, and I like that look about her of strength and maternal about her. And as we'd stated, she's just a little bit coarser about her joints and her bone work, and you can kind of see that about her. She doesn't want to get that left one going, and I don't know if that's just her or if it's just part of the trip. But yet still it's there. It's just not quite as much ease and comfort going there, but that's net picking on a really nice one. You got a really good one. The young man come in here in third. We kind of got in a big class like this, and you kind of try to get some cattle pulled around, and I didn't have him up here right away, but just because of the primarily, it was just hard to kind of get him found. But this is a good female. She is very good-footed, is very sound and good about the way that she gets out and goes. I like the freshness of her as well. I think that one has some future on down the line. She's just one that maybe isn't quite as truly soft in her kind as those two ahead of her. I'd like to just set that tail head back down in her just a little bit there to get her any more competitive, but that's still a very, very nice female young man that come in third. Very cowy female that comes in here in fourth, and I like the smoothness of her design, the refinedness of her teats, and the spacing of that, so cowy in her look. She just gets more refined about her bone work and in her foot comparative to those other ones. She could be leaned up just a little bit, but yet she has that look of very easy fleshing, and so I know what those kind of like. But she reaches outstanding. I like that very well about that female. This young man here, we kind of moved him up as well. But fundamentally, her flexibility is very good, and it's all way she hits her track and gets out and goes. She probably looked a little better about 45, 50 days ago. He just kind of let her get away from her, so she blew out her front end some, but it just got opened up there a little bit. But yet she's still smooth about her shoulder, very cowy in her kind, but we just needed to kind of lean her up and bring her front end and in together a little bit. This young man right here, again, here's a good female. Quality and kind is very good. She just needs to be a little sounder. We need to give her more angulation to her front end and loosen up her hip. just to get her up any higher. She's a little more refined about her bone. I'd like to change her foot as well. I had this young man up quite a little higher in the initial pull, and she's a good female. And the reason why I had her up there was just because of her added length and symmetry and dimension and smoothness. But then as you get down and break her down, her structure isn't good enough. Her hocks are too coarse, and I'd just like to change that foot and angulation down there at the ground. And but that's still a very nice female to come this deep in this class. Extremely long-bodied and symmetrical. Just need to change that structure some. The young man again here's another one that added length of body, and you like that very much about her. She's going to have some size, and what he does with her with that could be advantageous to him as far as how he breeds her. She just isn't good enough from her knee on down, and when we get in reading in her feet and legs, those need to be better there as well. The young lady that rounds out the class, good female, honest in her kind, just not the overall dimension and width in that female to get her any higher.
Results out of Class 12A, February junior yearlings. First place, Madison Fisher, Hempstead, Texas. Second place, Helen Orr, Davenport, Iowa. Third place, from Maryville, Missouri, Landon Liebhart. Fourth place, Ray Duncan, Wingate, Indiana. Fifth place, Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa. Sixth place, Bennett Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota. Seventh place, Colin Zuckschwert, Bloomfield, Indiana. Eighth place, Brock Barnett, Monroe, Iowa. And ninth place, Laura Resty, Adel, Iowa. Now in the ring, Class 12B, February junior yearlings, born 2/8 to 2/15. First in, Sandy Rensselaer, Dawson, Illinois. Then we've got Brantley McCartan, Pocahontas, Iowa. Followed by Kinsley Altina, George, Iowa. Kyler Plugi, Lincoln, Nebraska. Veronica Lentz, Creston, Iowa. Molly McCroden, Aurora, Nebraska. Rounding out the class, entry number 315 from Thielman, Minnesota, Dylan Sheehan. It's your Class B, February junior yearlings born 2/8 to 2/15.
Class
maybe not as deep of a class as our previous class, but yet there's still some very nice ones in this class, and the one that wins this class kind of does so pretty easily. Just so smooth and maternal in her kind, and angulation to her hind leg, but yet that foot on her is very, very good, just square and true and very good. Just a really nice place to start in this class. The young lady that's going to come in second for me, she gets out and reaches as good as any of them. She's nice that way, very smooth and maternal about her look. Just a little bit frailer about her foot and her bone to get around that one just above her, but yet still that's a very nice female to come in second. The young man that's going to come in third kind of lost a boot there for a little bit and put it back on, and away we went. He's doing a nice job. This is a good female, very long-bodied, and has some size and some scale. She just maybe isn't as nice out of her front end as far as the angulation to her shoulder. Just like to give her a little bit more of a maternal look, but big, good kind of cattle right there, if that's your kind. The young man that's going to come in here in fourth, we kind of swapped third and fourth around. I like this one standing still pretty good as far as just her overall depth and the way that she blends, but we just run into some problems when we get her going, just too restricted out of her front end and as well out of her hip, but that's still a good female in terms of muscularity, length of side, and some femininity. The young lady that's going to come in here, tremendously stout female as you look at her. I like that part about her, very true about her top line and her hip. Again, there's one that we need to change her as far as her angulation in through her shoulder. Doesn't maybe have the overall quality and class about her to get her any higher. The young lady that here again, a more moderate kind of female, and that's fine. She's got some muscularity and some width about her. She just doesn't hold her top line as nicely. Maybe isn't quite as feminine as well. We'd like to strengthen her up right there behind her shoulder as well. The young man that's going to round out the class here, very smooth kind of female. You like that? I like the center dimension that she has. She just gets a little more restricted and a little more refined for me.
Results, Class 12B, February Junior Yearlings. First place, Veronica Lentz, Creston, Iowa. Second place, Kinsley Altina, George, Iowa. Third place, Brantley McCartan, Pocahontas, Iowa. Fourth place, Kyler Plugi, Lincoln, Nebraska. Fifth place, Ceenie Rentschler, Dawson, Illinois. Sixth place, Molly McCroden, Aurora, Nebraska. Rounding out seventh place, Dylan Sheehan, Thielman, Minnesota. And rounding out the class, entry 310 from George, Iowa, Kinsley Altina. Now bringing in our last class of February Junior Yearlings. First in the ring, Anna Mead, Bladen, Nebraska. Followed by Lane Steen, Dundurn, Saskatchewan, Canada. Kaylee Sheehan, Thielman, Minnesota. Carson Offord, Byron, Minnesota. Followed by entry 320, Landon Parkhill, Lacine, Kansas. And rounding out the class, entry 321, Easton Siebert, Henderson, Nebraska. This is Class 12C, February Junior Yearlings, born easy for you to say, born 2-2 to 2-6-24. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank our judge again, Chris Effling from Highmore, South Dakota. He and his wife own CK Cattle. Raising Simmental, Charolais, and Hereford cows. They host an annual bull sale and female sale in February each year. They also consult and market on 150 bulls and 50 registered bred females each year. Chris assists customers with feeder cattle and bred females throughout the course of the year. They've raised, shown, exhibited cattle all over the country, winning national championships at every major stock show in the country. We're very grateful and very fortunate to have Chris Effling here with us today.
Nice class of heifers again. There's two of them that kind of surface for me quite easily, and then as you kind of get in and look at them, you know, for me, this female that wins this class just blends in through her shoulder and in behind and through there a little bit nicer. She's not as clean maybe as this one directly behind her. Excuse me. But yet, with that being said, when you get her going, she's just very maternal in her look, and then with that you read into her teat spacing is a little nicer, a little more refined right in through there. The young lady that's going to come in second, boy, I sure like that hip and hind leg on her, and very round about her rib cage, and I think that's also very good. Big top in her, extended up and through her front end, but just isn't quite as nice and through the point of her shoulder and how she hooks in behind her shoulder right in through there. That just gets a little coarse and a little piecey for me, and yet, as I stated before, that those teats are a little bit closer together and a little bit longer at this stage of the game. This young man here, we moved him up. I just thought that his heifer moved a little better, and as you can see that as he exits, she does. Just more reach and more kind there. She has some muscularity and some freshness about her condition, just maybe isn't quite as much of her as those other two females above her. The young lady right here again, here's one that you sure liked her as far as her depth of rib and spring of rib. Just doesn't get out and a little more timid about her front end. She's just a little straighter up and through her shoulder. As the young man that's coming out here again, another one that isn't as nice and through her shoulder, very feminine and very clean underneath, good teat spacing on that one. We just need to change her feet and legs to move her up. As the young lady that rounds out the class here, very long-bodied heifer, we need to clean her navel up, give her a little more coordination off of both ends to get her any higher.
Results, Class 12C, February Junior Yearlings. First place, Lane Steen, Dundurn, Saskatchewan, Canada. Second place, Anna Mead, Bladen, Nebraska. Third place, Carson Offord, Byron, Minnesota. Fourth place, Kayla Sheehan, Thielman, Minnesota. Fifth place, Landon Parkhill, Racine, Kansas. And sixth place, Easton Siebert, Henderson, Nebraska. Next in the ring will be Class 13A, January Junior Yearlings. We're going to take a quick break. and then we'll start it back with our Class 13 January junior yearlings. Now coming in the ring, Class 13A, January junior yearlings, born 125 to 131. First in, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Next in, Riley Hack, Henderson, Nebraska. From Wallace, Kansas, Hayden Stubbs. Entry 326, Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa. Next we have Kyler Plugi from Lincoln, Nebraska. Justine Anderson, Wright, Minnesota. Owen Williams, Dundurn, Saskatchewan, Canada. Rounding out the class, Colton Griffin, Mobile, Iowa. This is class 13A, January junior yearlings, born 125 to 131.
This class definitely comes in all shapes and sizes and kinds, and however you want to shake these out is plumb fine, but I still think easily the one we find is this class winner. Very good in terms of her length of body and has a tremendous amount of width and shape in her. Very feminine about her kind. She's maybe a little full, and so consequently doesn't want to maybe handle her top line as nicely as you just call ideal, but so many good things. She flexes off of her rear too good enough for me, and but just kind of smoke shows this class. Young lady that's going to come in here second, I think just from a balance standpoint, yeah, I'd sure like to make more of her, but yet her angles are very good and everything looks good that way. Just need to make more of her to move her, to make her any more competitive, but that's a very well shown female. Young lady does a nice job. The young lady that's going to come in here third, again, here's one I like her in terms of her hip, her pin width, her depth of rib and flank is also very nice. She's just a little plainer about her front end and then through her chest, but yet still one that's very practical and good. I like the angulation to her hind leg and how she sets her rear two down. I think that's very nice. The young lady that's going to come in here next, you can argue about maybe moving her a little higher, that there's a little more heifer there, but also with that being said, she needs to be leaned up quite a little. I really need to change the feet on her to justify that cause. Just doesn't want to get out of her rear two nearly as good, a little smaller footed, but in terms of overall length and width and shape, she's very nice. The other is the young man that's going to come in here with the freeze branded heifer. Again, very practical in her kind. She gets out and goes nice. She's just a little boring about her look, just a little plainer about her kind, but just still very good, very practical. We just need to make her more feminine. Young man that comes in here, here's a young guy that he's been busting butt. Really good hair quality and coat on her. Somebody's been rinsing a lot and working darned hard. For me, she's just not quite right the way her neck ties into her shoulder, and then when she goes, she gets up a little bit behind there. Her angulation to her shoulder and her hip isn't quite right for me to move her any higher. The young man that comes in here next, again, another one of those that, you like some things about her. You like the performance and the width and the dimension that she has. That's all very good. I need to change her feet more so than anything. Just we need to change those about her. She is a little bit plainer about her look. I'd like to clean her underline up as well. Young man that comes out here next, here's one again. You sure like some things about her. Them front feet need to be have a little work done on them. Just doesn't maybe have quite as much comfort on her as well as to get her any higher.
Results, Class 13A, January Junior Yearlings, born 125 to 131, first place. Kyler Plugi, Lincoln, Nebraska. Second place, Justine Anderson, Wright, Minnesota. Third, Hayden Stubbs, Wallace, Kansas. Fourth, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Fifth, Riley Hack, Henderson, Nebraska. Sixth, Bentley Danner, Milford, Iowa. Seventh, Colton Griffin, Mobile, Iowa. And rounding out the class in eighth, Owen Wilms, Dundurn, Saskatchewan, Canada, within 329. Now in the ring, we've got Class 13B. Heifers born 112 to 123. First in, Lincoln Hopkins, Tribune, Kansas. Next, Emery Dunn, Harrisburg, Illinois. Followed by Brooke Calto, Winona, Minnesota. Hannah Nealman, Kellogg, Iowa. Grace Nelson, Glenwood, Minnesota. And Walker Crank, Salem, Illinois. This is your Class 13B, January Junior Yearlings, born 112 to 123.
As we get into this next class, our class winner kind of comes to us ready for war. She's just kind of spot on with a lot of things. Very, very good female, very sound, fresh, good kind, just a very nice female to win this class. The young lady that's going to come in second here again is another one that you like awfully well. She's just square and level and true about her kind. We need to set her in her tail head a little bit, but she kind of run into a buzzsaw here for that class winner, but that's a very nice one to come in second. The one that comes in third, another good female. I like this one a good deal in terms of just her overall length of body, squareness. He's done a nice job. I like her freshness of where her condition is and what she looks like. Maybe isn't as nice in terms of her foot. I'd like to change that off of her rear leg as well, but very nice, practical, good kind of female there to come in third. The young lady that's going to come in here fourth, powered up female, very good that way. Love the dimensions, so three-dimensional, but yet with that we need to lean her up a little bit. Again, that's one that I think she's the right kind. If we'd have just backed her off of 30 to 60 days ago, we might have been able to have a different story about her, but that's a very good, very practical, good kind of female. A young man right here is doing a good job, good heifer right here, dark red female, but just one that doesn't get out of her rear too is nice. I thought she had a little more bone and a little more width than the female that rounds out the class, but I still think those are two. And then there's a young lady that rounds out the class here, very clean underneath type of a female. You like her overall dimension as far as her shape to her rib. When we get in behind her, she's just a little disappointing.
Results, Class 13B, January Junior Heifers. First place, Emery Dunn, Harrisburg, Illinois. Second place, Hannah Nealman, Kellogg, Iowa. Third place, Walker Crank, Salem, Illinois. Fourth place, Grace Nelson, Glenwood, Minnesota. Fifth place, Lincoln Hopkins, Tribune, Kansas. And from Winona, Minnesota, Brooke Calto, with entry 336. Now in the ring, Class 13C, January Junior Yearlings, born 1-1 to 111. First in, Bruce Calto, Winona, Minnesota. Second, we have Brock Barnett, Monroe, Iowa. Ray Nelson with entry 342 from Glenwood, Minnesota. Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. And Landon Offord, Byron, Minnesota. This is your Class 13C January Junior Yearlings. Following this class, we'll bring back our class winners and reserves to show for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion in that division.
Well, it's good. They just kind of keep it coming, and then when we get into this division championship, this is going to be a fun one. And here's a really nice one again. I can't stress enough the good attributes and qualities of this one. Very fresh, like her bone and like her foot. That's all very good and just well shown. The young lady's doing an outstanding job all day, and so she brought us a really nice one here. Congratulations to her. Young man that's going to come in second, very nice female as well. And in terms of just her overall structural integrity and length of body and depth of rib is all very good. She isn't quite as fresh and as lean as that class winner, and with that, her chest isn't quite as nice, and she doesn't balance as good as that one, obviously, wins this class. Young man that comes out here in third. Here's one that maybe is a little fresher than the one in second up in there through her chest floor, but yet with that being said, she maybe isn't quite as sound, just a little flatter about her rib cage, and her depth doesn't maybe balance that quite as nice, but that's still a very nice female there to come in third. Young lady comes out here in fourth. Again, tremendous shape. You like that about her. We just need to kind of lean her up quite a little. I'd really, more importantly, like to change her feet to move her up any higher, as well as the young man that rounds out the class here. Again, another female that you sure like her femininity. We just need to change her feet and legs to get that one any higher.
Results, Class 13C, January junior yearlings born 1-1 to 111. First place, Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. Second place, Landon Offord, Byron, Minnesota. Third place, Brock Barnett, Monroe, Iowa. Fourth place, Ray Nelson, Glenwood, Minnesota. And fifth place, Bruce Calto, Winona, Minnesota. We now bring in our junior class, or junior division class winners. Out of Class 12A, Madison Fisher. Out of Class 12B, Veronica Lentz. Class C, 12C, Lane Steen. 13A, Kyler Plugi. 13B, Emery Dunn. And 13C, Helen Orr. Our reserves in that division, out of Class 12A, Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. Out of 12B, Kinsley Altina, George, Iowa. Out of Class 12C, Anna Mead, Bladen, Nebraska. Out of Class 13A, Justine Anderson, Wright, Minnesota. Out of 13B, Hannah Nealman, Kellogg, Iowa. And out of Class 13C, Landon Offord, Byron, Minnesota. This will be your junior division champion and reserve junior division champion.
Well, I guess that's all I can say is wow. Very nice set. Let's give these kids a round of applause. This is good stuff. Yeah, very much deserved. These kids are out here just really giving it their all of them, and it's just been fun out here. And then we get these class winners, and holy Hannah, we could go quite a ways in this division. A lot of good stuff in here, and I guess for lack of better terms, what sucks is that you got to start picking apart little nitpicking things that really don't matter, because at the end of the day, all of these class winners and the respective seconds are good cattle and are going to go home and do a very nice job for each one of these young people. And so I feel confident in where you guys are headed as a breed and what you're doing on the very front end of these as far as the quality. I think there's just every one of these females in the front part here have something to provide each program, and so it's I think you're all very well need to be commended. So I think I know it's not always the best to kind of talk and but I think in some ways I've always been a believer that we need to know. We want to know what that guy is thinking and what happened there. So we're just going to talk briefly about them all, and it's the worst thing is that we're going to tear apart some very, very good cattle. And so this female that won this first class in this division, boy, I like so many things about her. That very fresh and robust and bold about her kind, and she's one that you just liked all that about her. The young lady's doing an outstanding job of showing her. She's one that, she could maybe use a shot more bone, if you will. She's a little full, and so with that, she just kind of maybe just isn't wanting to let herself just really get going because of that. But yet, again, like I said, that one there, could make some damage here this fall as well. So I think that's a very, very nice female, very well shown. She's definitely in contention in this division. This young lady that come out here in this next class, boy, you sure like some things. Again, I preach freshness, and then she's got it. Freshness at the top side of her neck and her shoulder, and the angulation there is very nice. I like the strength in her head, and I think that's all very good there. She's one that isn't maybe quite as shapely as some of them, but yet I like the foot and the bone. Maybe doesn't put her hock quite as square, and maybe just change her just a pinch up and through her knee on down. But golly sakes, I mean, greatly shown, the young lady. That's just, we're nitpicking on them. That's a very nice one. The young man that comes in here with this female, when we come in that class, she was the one that was the sound one and cowy, and you sure like that. Teat spacing's very good, and when we get her in this lineup, she maybe doesn't have the bells and whistles and the extras, but fundamentally she's very good cattle, and I think that young man's got a very nice one there as well. The young man that come out of here with the straw hat, here's one that, when he's got her parked, you just, holy Hannah, I mean, just shapely, three-dimensional, very feminine strength about her and very wide. I like all that about her, and yet, and with that, again, she doesn't handle her top line just as nice as you'd maybe like them to. She, too, is maybe just a freckle full, but yet, with that being said, just so many nice things. Squareness, levelness, her teat size is pretty nice in through there. I think that all looks very good. That's a very, very nice female. The young lady that come out here in this right here directly in front of me, as we stated before, one that, as we said when she came out, she was kind of ready for war, and I still believe that. She's very good kind, and she moves as nice as any of them, keeps herself within her skeleton as good as any of them. Everything balances right with her, just her neck and her head, and then the shape to her rib and her feet and legs. It just reaches so nice. I'd like to give her just a pinch more shape, but that's just nitpicking. Again, there's another very nice one, certainly in contention in this division. The young lady that rounds out this class, there again, that's one that that hip and hind leg is very hard to build in any breed. And those things are very good. And then again, freshness, just so nice. And especially with the age of these, she's very, very good that way. I just like so many things about her. Her chest is just, it's all right. I can accept that chest the way it is in her. But just the length and squareness of hip and true dimension that she has is very, very good. And so, so with that, as the summer and the fall moves on, you're going to find some of these kind of, I'm sure, surfacing and get switched around, and that's fine. I'm okay with that because there's so many good ones in here, and you can dang sure do what you want. But I guess for me, there's two of them that just kind of just surface as we kind of break some things down. One's just a little bit stouter than the other, and that's where she's going to separate herself. The young lady out of that last class, you're going to be our champion. Young lady out of the second class, you'll be our reserve. Congratulations to everyone.
Your junior division champion, Helen Orr, Davenport, Iowa, and your reserve junior, Davenport, Oklahoma, not Davenport, Iowa. And your reserve junior division champion, Veronica Lentz from Creston, Iowa.
Yep.
Good division. Congratulations to everyone there. Next in the ring, Class 14, December senior yearlings, single entry, Mara Turner, Mahomet, Illinois. Also like to remind you that the branding iron is open again today. Branding iron is the gray building just catty corner from the horse arena. Please stop by there, have a burger, ice cream, treats. They've been open for us all week. We appreciate them. Go see them for your lunch. In the ring now, your Class 14, December senior yearlings. Also, if you notice around the ring and through the barn, there's a QR code that suggests an event survey. We'd appreciate it if you'd click on that QR, go give us a review, tell us what you liked, tell us what you didn't like. We're always trying to make improvements, make additions, make this the best show we can. Please go to that QR code and give us an event survey.
Good to have her here as we start our senior yearlings, and boy, the thing that comes to your mind is Cowie, and I asked the young lady when she's got her due, and she's due in November, so things are going on track, and you can see that in her. Just an outstanding job of keeping her fresh. These are hard to manage. Fully understand that. Congratulations, sound good kind of female here to win this class. Yes, sir.
First place, Class 14, December senior yearlings, Mara Turner, Mahomet, Illinois. Now coming in the ring, Class 15, November senior yearlings. First in the ring, Lydia Brown, Waxahachie, Texas, followed by Cade Sweeney from Perkins, Oklahoma. Following this class, we'll show for winner senior division champion and reserve winner senior division champion. In the ring now, Class 15, November senior yearlings. correction, reserve out of that last division, Emery Dunn. Emery's from Harrisburg, Illinois.
Couple of them here in this class, and both young people have done a nice job as terms of management with them. They're both bred and going to have calves, and so that's the first and foremost thing when we start getting into here. And for me, this young lady's female that's going to win this class, she's just so much sounder, and the angulation to her shoulder and her knee is just so much better. She reaches that much nicer. She does have a little more center shape to her as well, but she's just so feminine and so nice that way. Young man that's going to come in here second might have a little more strength in through her hip, might have a shot more bone if you want to talk about that, but yet with that she's just more restricted off of both ends in terms of her hip and the way that she gets out of her front end, but yet still has some power and some dimension. Good female there to come here in second.
First place, Class 15, November Senior Yearlings, Lydia Brown, Waxahachie, Texas, entry number 347. And second place, Cade Sweeney, Perkins, Oklahoma, will now show for Winter Senior Division Champion and Reserve Winter Senior Division Champion. Coming in the ring from Class 14, Mara Turner, Mahomet, Illinois. And first place out of Class 15, Lydia Brown, Waxahachie, Texas. Your reserve in Class 15 would be Cade Sweeney from Perkins, Oklahoma.
Well, as we get into this division, let's give these young folk a round of applause. Good job. You know, they did the first and foremost thing right. They got them bred and they're coming right, and so everything's good there. And so as we kind of get in and look at them both, they're very fresh and they've done a nice job. They both get out and reach. I think that's an important thing. And so a few things that just kind of set the ones apart. This one that wins this first class, you sure like the depth of body and the spring to her rib cage, and yet very feminine and clean in through her chest. And to me, her distinct advantage is just the shape of her udder and the way that's coming and her spacing. I think that's just a little bit nicer than the female that's directly behind her. The female behind her, as you could maybe state an argument, you like her a little lower shape in terms of her quarter. Might be a little nicer. I'd like her added length of body and overall just soundness and quality. But for me today, I just like the levelness of design and the udder quality of this female, this dark red female. She'll be your champion. Young lady out of that second class, she'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Your winner senior division champion, Mara Turner, Mahomet, Illinois. Your reserve winner senior division champion, Lydia Brown, Waxahachie, Texas. Congratulations. Now coming in the ring, Class 16, October Senior Yearlings. First in, Cash Meyer, Centralia, Illinois. Followed by entry 352, shown by Delaney Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana. And entry number 353, Bennett Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota.
I think there's two really nice ones in the front end of this class, and there's nothing to take away from that young man there in third. But to me, this female that we're going to use to win this class just reaches and goes a little bit better. I like her udder quality and her udder development. Very smooth and neat and very fresh. Again, excuse me, I'm sorry about that. Just so many nice things about her to keep, again, one of that age and that keeping them fresh like that. It's a hard task. You guys have done a nice job with her. The young man that's going to come in here second, she might be a little more three-dimensional, and I'm good with all of that, and might prefer that a little bit more than that class winner. But our main problem is that I'd just like to change her teat size, and the biggest thing with her is she doesn't want to flex her hip and let herself go. Gets just a little bit out of herself when she gets out and goes, but that's still a very nice, powered up, good kind of female to come in second. Young man that's going to round out the class here. Here's again that you sure like the levelness of her design and through her hip and top line, but she's one that is a little bit perpendicular in through her shoulder. We need to change her in through her chest floor and lean her up a little bit.
Results from Class 16, October Senior Yearlings, first place, Delaney Naylor. Connersville, Indiana, second place, Bennett Weiss. Buffalo, Minnesota, and third place, Cashmire, Centralia, Illinois. Now coming in the ring, Class 17, September Senior Yearlings. 2 entries. First in, Aubrey Searles, Coshocton, Iowa. And Kanan Kelbs, Clarissa, Minnesota. This is Class 17, September Senior Yearlings. Following this class, we'll show for Fall Senior Division Champion and Reserve Fall Senior Division Champion.
Nice pair of heifers here. I guess I just prefer the freshness and the balance of in quality in this female that's going to win this class. I think she's just a little better up and through her hip, and I just, just some of those things down her top line just kind of read to me a little nicer. It'd be very easy to use her to win this class if we just change her rear leg and her foot back there, and just the way she sets them down. But yet I think it's just still acceptable in this particular pair. The young man that comes in here in second, one that you sure do like her as far as her depth of rib, and she's just real cowy. But yet with that being said, I'd like to just put a little more bone and a little more structure. She just doesn't balance as nice. And yet with that being said as well, she needs to be leaned up in my opinion. Two nice females. We'll get them back out here for our division.
Results, Class 17 September Senior Yearlings. First place, Aubrey Searles, Coshocton, Ohio. And second place, Kanan Kelbs, Clarissa, Minnesota. Now showing for Fall Senior Division Champion and Fall Senior Reserve Division Champion. Out of Class 16, we've got Delaney Naylor, Connersville, Indiana. Reserve in that class was Bennett Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota. And out of Class 17, we've got Aubrey Searles from Coshocton, Ohio, and Kanan Kelbs from Clarissa, Minnesota. Fall Senior Division Champion.
Well, again, good division here, and let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Give them a good clap. The senior yearlings are definitely hard. All the things have to come together through the culmination of a year, and so my hat's off to all the exhibitors in this division that take the time and the dedication, what it takes to do and get this far, and this is kind of what it's all about, to get them bred and get them to this point. I'm not going to waste a lot of time. We got obviously our two class winners, and the front, this one that wins this first class, she's very, very nice, very fresh and good in her kind, and just so many nice things about her. The young lady's doing a nice job. Maybe not as powerful as some, but yet I think everything's just all plumb good there. Young lady that wins that second class, again, we talked about her. She's very nice in terms of her overall length and smoothness, and I thought she had a little more balance about her than the female that was in second. But for me, this comes down to a two-horse race, and it's going to be those two out of that first class, two very good females that will represent this division. Congratulations.
Your Fall Senior Division Champion, Delaney Naylor, Connersville, Indiana, with entry number 352. And also out of Class 16, Bennett Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota, your Reserve Fall Senior Division Champion. Next in the ring, we got an August Senior Division yearling, shown by Clay Miller, Forest, Illinois. Will also be your Summer Senior Division Champion.
young man's bringing out a female here that's due in August, and she is in August, so everything's just right there. Just you sure like the freshness of her design, and very good that way. I'd like to tweak on that udder some, but yet still, with that being said, she's doing all the right things. Sure think that her structure's acceptable. Good single entry in this class.
Results, Class 18, August Senior Yearlings, Clay Miller, first place. Also, Clay will have Summer Senior Division champion. Coming in the ring now, Class 19, Turo Cow calf pairs with cows born after 1/21/23. First in, Hannah Nealman, Kellogg, Iowa. And second in the ring, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota.
Set of 2-year-olds out here in this start of our cow-calf pair, and a very nice cow to start this class, and just an extreme advantage in terms of depth of body and spring of rib, and sure has a nice cowy look about her, and yet very obvious about what she has got going on with her udder quality, and then transpose that into a very nice calf standing there right behind her. Just a very, very nice pair to here to start this class. The young lady that's going to round out the class here again comes into us a little leaner condition. You sure like her bone and her footwork. Just isn't quite as ready to come to town quite yet, but sure doing a nice job with that heifer calf behind her as well. So 2 nice pairs here to start out our pair show.
Results out of Class 19, 2-year-old cow-calf pairs. First place, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Second place, Hannah Nealman, Kellogg, Iowa. Now coming in the ring, your mature cow-calf pairs. Class 20, first in, Riley Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Followed by Preston Singry, Hazel, South Dakota. And Easton Siebert, Henderson, Nebraska. Following this class, we'll show for champion cow-calf pair, followed by the breed champion drive. All division winners and reserves should be making their way to the ring. Before we get to the champion drive, I'd like to announce our silent auction winners this year. Winning the Illinois basket, the cooler with yard games, Gatorade, show supplies, etc., Greg Sheehan. Winning the Oklahoma basket, Garth Griffin. The South Dakota basket goes to Anna Gordon. The Iowa basket goes to Anna Altman. The Greystone Cattle Company. Cooler with assorted alcohol and chocolate goes to Mandy Fisher. The Nebraska booth goes to Dana Grease. The Muir embroidery basket goes to Steve Orr. The Indiana basket goes to Sam Hack. Sam Hack. The junior board basket goes to Hayden Weems. The Arkansas basket goes to McCroden. You may pick up your baskets over by the show office and pay for them there.
Other two cows out in through here. Yeah, she's not the most feminine thing, and she's a little coarse about that. I wouldn't call her udder as ideal as the one that's directly behind her, but her udder is not a wreck either. So I guess, you know, those are some things that you just kind of want to weigh in. I think there's just more strength within that cow than maybe the cow that's here in second. Without a doubt, you want to draw an udder on one, she's got it. That is just absolutely as nice as you can make an udder. But that also being said, you know, when we set that one and get her going, she just doesn't want to hold herself together as nicely. Gets her up in her top line, gets ducking underneath her some, and so that creates some issues for me just as you kind of analyze that cow. But that's still a very nice cow. Nice heifer calf on her side. Not as much balance in her, but yet still very good and youthful and good in her kind. The young lady that's going to come here in third, here's a female again that you like her overall body depth. I think that's very nice about her as well. I'd like to change the feed on that cow. Cow's udder is nice. Calf maybe is just a big old stout kind of calf, but maybe just not as much balance and quality about that calf.
Results, Class 20 mature cow and calf. First place, Riley Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Second place, Preston Singry, Hazel, South Dakota. Third place, Easton Siebert, Henderson, Nebraska. Now in the ring, showing for champion cow-calf. Out of Class 19, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. And out of Class 20, Riley Osley from Benson, Minnesota. Reserve out of Class 19, Hannah Nealman, Kellogg, Iowa. And Preston Singry, Hazel, South Dakota, was your reserve out of Class 20. This is your champion, cow-calf pair.
Well, as we get out in our last and final division of the day within the Red Show, give these kids a round of applause again. Very nice. Pairs are a lot of work. We've been in it and been involved with it and had success with it. But it's always, every time I brought it up at home, that maybe we ought to drag a pair. It's met with some resistance, let's just say it that way. But yet, it's very gratifying that you can bring, to me, it's to bring a nice set of pairs and females that are doing their job, and I think that's kind of what this business is about. But you know, we've got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old out here, and I think both are very nice. You know, this 2-year-old's just doing an exceptional job, just a tremendous heifer calf. She was in the show earlier and just doing a very nice job with that calf. Bright future there. And then the older cow, again, as we talked about, her's a good beef cow right there. You just like so many things about her. Not as much quality within that cow, and it transmits a little bit into that calf, but yet very solid and very functional about that. Again, I'm not a very good poker player. Our champion's going to be this 2-year-old, and our reserve's going to be the 5-year-old. Congratulations.
Champion cow-calf pair goes to Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Riley Osley, your reserve cow-calf champion. All right, we're going to clear the ring. We need all of our division and reserve division champions to the show ring. We're going to start with our reserves. We're going to parade them through the ring. They're going to exit the ring, and then we're going to bring our champions in. We're going to give it just a few minutes to get everybody here and get the ring cleared. Then we're going to get started with our champion drive. All right, we're going to get started with our champion drive. We're going to begin with our reserves out of each division. Out of the reserve spring division, or excuse me, spring calf division, your reserve champion, Preston Singry, Hazel, South Dakota. Your reserve out of the junior calf division, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Your reserve out of the winter calf division, Maggie Zexworth, Bloomfield, Indiana. Your reserve fall calf champion, Veronica Lentz, Creston, Iowa. Your reserve late summer yearling division champion, Mara Turner, Mahomet, Illinois. Your early summer yearling champion, Kalani Altina, from George, Iowa. Your reserve senior intermediate champion, Allie Lance, Creston, Iowa. Your reserve junior champion, Emery Dunn, Harrisburg, Illinois. Your reserve winter senior champion, Lydia Brown, Waxahachie, Texas. Your reserve fall senior champion, Bennett Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota. Out of the cow-calf division, your reserve will be Riley Osley. Congratulations to all these reserves. Outstanding job. Stick around. Be ready. We could need you. All right, and we're ready for our division champions. Out of the spring calf division, Avery Plugi, Lincoln, Nebraska. He went home. Our winter calf champion, Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. Our fall calf champion, Preston Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Our late summer yearling champion, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Oh. Your early summer yearling champion, Hayden Stubbs, Wallace, Kansas. Your senior intermediate champion, Macy Weems, Eustis, Texas. Your junior champion, Helen Orr, Davenport, Oklahoma. Your winter senior champion, Mara Turner, Muhammad, Illinois. Your fall senior champion, Delaney Naylor, Connorsville, Indiana. Your summer senior champion, Clay Miller, Forest, Illinois. And your cow-calf pair champion, Lily Osley, Benson, Minnesota. Your 2025 Fuzion Division winners will be showing for champion female, reserve champion female, followed by the remaining top 5. While Judge Effling is making his final decisions, we've got a couple of drawings we'd like to finalize. One, or two actually, are for the Weaver Blowers, and the other is for the John Deere Gator. We're going to start with the Blowers if we could. Kenny? To make it fair, or as fair as possible, Kenny Lance will be selecting the names. This is for the Blowers. The first blower goes to Matt Miller. Matt Miller. You've won a Weaver blower. Congratulations.
Is there another one?
Yeah.
We're now doing our blower drawing. Our first winner is Matt Miller winning a Weaver blower.
Kenny, pick us another winner. Here we go. The winner of the second Weaver blower is James Osley. James Osley, you've also won a blower.
Our second winner of the blower is James Osley. James Osley and Matt Miller won the 2 Weaver blowers.
And now, for the John Deere Gator, the big prize. Kenny, reach all the way in there and get my name out of there, bud. Here goes Kenny. Who is the winner of the John Deere Gator? He's got one. He's finding them. He's almost there. He's got one. Her first name starts with Legacy and her last name starts with Murphy. Legacy Murphy, the winner of the John Deere Gator. Congratulations. We also have contest scorecards available right over here. Danae Sweeney, up stage left, just off the stage. If you'd like to have your scorecards for your contest, please see her. Following the selection of our champion and top 5, we will take a 30-minute break, and then we will come back with our Black Angus show.
Well, I got to admit, you know, when I accepted this here, I think I got the phone call in whenever, February. You know, a good friend of mine always says it always sounds like a good idea at the time, and you know, and sometimes as you get closer to it, you're like, golly sakes, we got a lot of things going on at home, and you know, you don't ever know, but you know, I don't have that regret today. We do have a lot of things going on at home, but yet at the end of the day, I didn't know what to expect because I'll be honest with you, I've never been to a Red Angus Junior event ever, and so today is my first go, and I'll be fairly honest with you. The cattle have been outstanding, and the kids have been maybe even about 4 clicks above it. So give them all a round of applause. A super run, super good event. It is about the kids and it's about the cattle, but I think more importantly, it's about this group of people that put this together 20 years ago. And I think you people that started this, and without the support of your national association, you just had the foresight to do that. And you know, and in some ways, sometimes I'm part of a national association that sometimes we feel like we're out on an island when it comes to certain things. And so I know what that feeling's like. And so for you folks that have started this all the way through, my hat's off to you. I've always, you've been the talk of the industry when it comes to that. And what you've done as breeders and as people for your young people, and I, you know, it woke them up, and that's great. And so congratulations to you guys. This is 20 years, and it's not easy. Every year, you guys, you set an industry standard when you did this. So my hat's off to all you guys. And so, yeah, give yourselves a round of applause and the people that did this. So it's hot, and we all understand that, and there's been some very nice females, and we had a little chat there earlier, and it might have messed up once, but as far as maybe that we could have had another one out of a division, but that's just the way it's going to go today, so we're just going to run with it that way. But I am very happy with the cattle. I think that the ones, these top 5 that we're going to use are going to, it'll be fun to watch them as they move on in time, and they're going to hunt, and I really believe that these top 2, 3 are very, very good, and I think they're going to do your breed very some neat things, and then nothing to say anything least against these other ones, but we're not going to struggle very hard to find you 5 of them that are very, very good. So thank you for having me. I surely do appreciate it. It's been a ton of fun. Your junior board has been outstanding. Good group of young people, and good luck to everybody as they get going home, and we'll go find you a top 5. Thanks again.
Your grand champion female, exhibited by Preston Hartman, Tecumseh, Nebraska. Your reserve champion female, Eleanor, Davenport, Oklahoma. Third place, Emery Dunn, Harrisburg, Illinois. Now selecting your fourth overall female, Macy Weems, Eustis, Texas. And your fifth overall heifer or female, exhibited by Delaney Naylor. Connorsville, Indiana. Great job, everybody, and an excellent top five. We're going to take a 30-minute picture break. We'll come right back with our Black Angus show. Female Invitational. As the last few make their way to the ring. If you have a Black Angus owned female, please have her to the ring. All classes, all cattle to the ring. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Class 1, our November calves. Single entry will also be our winter calf champion. Mara Turner, Mahomet, Illinois.
Good way to start out our Angus show in this portion of the show today. Good individual, very nice in terms of depth and spring to her rib and some extension, like the foot size and quality of that female. I think we've got a run of some single entries, and so we'll kind of get out here and leave a little suspense when we get to the end.
First place, Class 1, November calves, Mara Turner, also your winter calf champion. Now coming in the ring, Class 2, October calves, entry 365, shown by Cade Sweeney, Perkins, Oklahoma, and entry 366, shown by McKaylee McCartan, Pocahontas, Iowa. This is your Class 2, October calves. Will also be your fall calf and reserve fall calf champion.
So we get into our second class of black heifers, two nice individuals, and then a little bit contrasting differences in kind. To me, this young man's female is going to win just due to a soundness standpoint. Just her angulation to her shoulder and to her hip and hind leg is just so much better. I like the freshness that she's in, and I think just so many nice things. Gets out and goes. Good female here to win this class. Not to take anything away from this young lady's female here that comes in second. Big and powerful and bold and good that way. You sure like that about her, but we just have some structure issues that we need to fix and then relax her in through her top line if we do that. So two good females here to come in this class.
First place, Class 2, October Calves, Cade Sweeney, Perkins, Oklahoma. And second place, McKaylee McCartan, Pocahontas, Iowa. That will also be your Fall Calf Champion and Reserve Fall Calf Champion. Next in the ring, Class 3, May Yearlings. One entry, shown by Cash Meyer, will also be your Early Summer Yearling Champion.
I can take that water.
Another single entry in our class here, and one that certainly powers how you read her and describe her. Big pin set, wide pinned, has some muscularity and some dimension. Tremendous amount of bone and foot underneath her. Like to clean them joints up just a little bit, but certainly one that's very, very nice. Nice single entry for this young man. Congratulations.
First place, Class 3, May Yearlings, and also your Early Summer Yearling Champion, Cash Meyer, Centralia, Illinois. Now coming in the ring, Class 4, January Junior Yearlings, single entry, Audra Sandberg, Augusta, Wisconsin, will also be your Junior Division Champion.
So we get into a January yearling single entry again. Tremendous depth and spring to her rib cage. I like the length of the body that she has. Tremendous amount of power, and I think a very good female. We'll talk more about these as we kind of get everything all settled in and create a little more suspense as we get to the end of this. Very nice single entry.
Results out of Class 4, January Junior Yearlings. First place, Audra Sandberg, Augusta, Wisconsin, also be your Junior Division Champion. Next in the ring, your October Senior Yearlings. First, entry number 371 from Batesville, Arkansas, Creighton Cummings. Next in the ring, from Buffalo, Minnesota, Bridget Weiss, entry 372. This will also be your Fall Senior Champion and Reserve Fall Senior Champion. Following this class and division, we'll show for top 5 in our Black Angus owned female invitational.
Two nice senior yearlings, and they're both going to calve on time and do the right things. So that's the big part of that battle, and so they both won that part very well. Two good females, very productive and very useful in their kind. And for me, I think just a little bit of added soundness to the young ladies female that's going to win this class. I like the added cleanliness, underneath there. She's a little nicer in through her navel. I think she holds her chest floor just a little bit better as well. But two good females here, and I just think that there's maybe even a little more freshness, if you will, with that one versus this female in second. Big ribbed, good smooth made kind of female in terms of her top line and her hip. I like the way that all sets in her. We need to lean her up considerably as well, but probably the biggest thing is that she's just not quite as sound as that one, and I like to clean that navel up underneath on her.
Results, Class 5 October Senior Yearlings. First place, Bridget Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota. And second place, Creighton Cummins, Batesville, Arkansas. That will also be your Fall Senior Champion and Reserve Fall Senior Champion. Now bringing in our class winners to select our top 5 overall Black Angus Invitational female champion. Out of Class 1, Mara Turner, Mahomet, Illinois. Out of Class 2, from Perkins, Oklahoma, Cade Sweeney. Out of Class 3, Cash Meyer, Centralia, Illinois. Class 4, Audra Sandberg, Augusta, Wisconsin. And out of that last class, Bridget Weiss, Buffalo, Minnesota. Bring our reserves in. Out of Class 2, McKaylee McCartan, Pocahontas, Iowa. And out of Class 5, Creighton Cummins, Batesville, Arkansas. This will be your top 5 Black Angus owned female invitational winners.
Well, as we get out here for our champion drive, and the day has been getting along good, and it's getting warmer, obviously, and so we're going to kind of hustle along and try to get you folks on the road. But very nice set of cattle. Let's give them a round of applause. Very good. We'll just kind of briefly talk about them as I kind of see them, and I'll explain them to you the way I do see them. And the young lady that come out of that first class, tremendously deep rib female, and that's what you like about her, and that's her biggest attribute, and still has some length of body and length of front end, and does that with some nice femininity attributes. And but yet, she's one that we'd like to tie her pieces together a little bit, in my opinion. She just gets a little bit uncoordinated in how she moves and how all those things blend together, but still very useful and very practical, good female. Young man that come out of that next class, here's one that you like a good deal, and definitely is in the hunt. She's so smooth and so nice, and you like the strength. I like the foot and the bone on her. I think all those things are very good. She has some depth and spring to her rib. Probably the biggest thing that I really like is that's just the freshness about her, and that she's just comes in the right kind of condition and the right kind of shape for that age, and she's appropriate size for her age. I think that's all very good. The young man that comes in here, again, we talked about here. Here's a female, tremendous amount of bone and foot, and you like that as well, and you like the depth and spring to her rib. She doesn't hook her top line in together as nice. I'd like to clean them joints up some, and just maybe make her a little more refined about all that stuff to make it blend again, but yet still so many nice things about that female. It's a good breeding piece for him as well. The young lady that comes out of that next class, here's one again, as we talked about before. She's very bold and robust, and I like that. Her pin set is very good. I'd like to tuck that tail head down in her, just make that a little bit nicer with her, but yet still very good in terms of just overall beef cattle type. You sure like so many things about her. Young lady with the senior yearling, again, here's one that Cowie, and I really appreciate that about her. Gets out and goes very, very nicely, and I think that's some things that are very good, and she's going to calf on time. I'd like to freshen her up. She wins that class in division because she was the freshest one, but yet very sound and very good. And I understand the fact that these senior yearlings are hard. Okay. So, but very good one, definitely in contention, and then within this drive. So, my hat's off to these kids. The respective seconds are very nice cattle. We'll keep this moving along, and I'll go show you the top 5, I believe, is what we're doing. So, congratulations to each and every one of you.
Your champion, Black Angus owned female, exhibited by Cade Sweeney, Perkins, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion, Black Angus owned female, Bridget Weesey, Buffalo, Minnesota. Your third overall Black Angus female, Audra Sandberg, Augusta, Wisconsin. Fourth overall, Creighton Cummins, Batesville, Arkansas.
All right, Craig.
And your fifth place, Black Angus female, Cashmire, Centralia, Illinois. This concludes our stock show, and but for a few pictures, packing up and moving out, the end of Fuzion 2025. See you in Woodward next summer. Thank you all for coming.